Hello. Let me just sort this out. There we go. Hello. How's it going? I'm trying to stream on everything again. I think some sites are working and some not working. Let me just see if TikTok is working. It says I'm live. Yeah. That's working. Nice. Someone says, do you play Fall Guys? I used to play. I haven't played it for quite a while. How is it? Have you played it lately? Let me turn on multi-stream so I can see all the comments from everywhere. Nice. I think Facebook is not working again. Don't know why. No, Facebook's not working. Instagram is working, I believe. Cool. So we've got Instagram and TikTok, and YouTube and Twitch, but no Facebook. Oh well. Cool. So, let's have a think. Let's have a look actually at what did we do last stream. I think we added a face onto the characters. Let's press play and have a look. Oh, you can't see my screen. Let me just switch over to Unity. There you go. You can see that. So, oh, Tom. Yeah, it's good to see you too. Thanks for checking out the stream. Are you guys play Fall Guys? No. I'm going to be coding on this game I've been working on. Alright, so we have spent 7 streams on this game, and it's like 3 hours each stream. So that's this is 21 hours worth of game development. If I just stop the game and then press play again, you'll see we now have procedural flaws. So the layout looks different each time you play. And if I press start, this is the character. He's a capsule with face. We added the face last week, so he's got eyes now. You can see which way he's going. It doesn't aim to which way. He doesn't look the direction you're aiming. He looks the direction you're moving. But if you shoot, he looks in the direction you are shooting. I did kind of expect him to spin around and look where my mouse was pointing though. So maybe if you're not moving, you look in the direction that you're aiming. And we've got enemies, which are also capsules with faces. And you can destroy doors, they explode. If you destroy the enemies, they explode as well. Someone on TikTok said I should make it so the player explodes when the player dies, which is a really good point. I don't think we have that at the moment. So you've won, click restart. Alright, so back in the lift. I feel like you should not face into the lift. You should start by facing out here. This way. We can probably fix that quite easily. We just need to spin the character around 180 degrees. So the enemies chase you. They can't fire at you yet. They just follow you around. When you stood behind a wall, you get this cool see-through texture. So you can still see where you're standing. I think that works with enemies as well. Yeah, there you go. See it working on the enemies. We need to add more enemy types. We need to add like upgrades and maybe more room types and different sizes, different shapes of room, because at the moment it's all squares. It's a bit odd. What else we need to add? Yeah, different enemy types, different things enemies can do. Maybe combine some rooms together so not every room is just a square. Let me just fix it so you don't face into the lift when you spawn. That's a quick thing we can do to get started. I'm going to need your help, everyone, to figure out things to do and add to the game. It's just my dogs barking out the window whenever they see another dog. Alright, so I think Game Manager is what spawns the player in. Player prefab. Let's see, where do we spawn in a player? Do we spawn in a player? Yeah, we do. Instantiate and spawn rotation, which is set. Where is that set? Oh, we could just spin the lift spawn rotation thing around. Where is that then? Lift. In the lift manager, there is a spawn point, and it is already facing 180. We just, I guess, spin that around so it's facing 0. We must have thought it would face the wrong way, and so we have spun it around, but now it actually is facing the wrong way, so we spin it back again. Start game. We're still facing the wrong way. That's weird, isn't it? Let me stop, play, and then pause it and see what direction the character's facing. Start game. Okay, so they spawn and they're facing that way, and that way is 0, 0, 0. But we want it to be that way, which is either minus 180 or 180. Okay, so lift spawn point equals check if the lift manager is null, and if it isn't null, then it's a lift spawning point, and the rotation equals the lift spawn point rotation. And that is a quaternion, and that is also a quaternion. So why is that not working? Spawn point. Apply all. Let's see. We have that set there, the lift manager, and then in here we have the spawn point set, and the spawn point is 0. Let me just put 90 in just to see if anything happens when I put 90. Yeah, different doors is a good idea. Jackson says, I'm unsubscribing. Okay. Sorry to hear that. Thank you for letting me know. I think people usually would just unsubscribe and you'd never know, but it's nice that you have gone out of your way to let me know that you've unsubscribed. Appreciate it. Alright. So it is still facing the wall, so something's not working there. I'm going to slap in a debug log, and I'll just say rotation is, and then I will add in spawn rotation in Euler angles. There we go. So if I press play now, it should say 0, 90, 0. But I think it'll say 0, 0, 0. Because it doesn't seem to be applying the rotation. Play. Let's see. Start game. Okay. Yes, it's 090, which is actually correct. So when I instantiate and I put in the rotation, why is the rotation not actually applied? Is the player overriding it and they set their own rotation when they spawn in? That could be it. Like player, what we got? That makes sense to me, I think. If I find the player is a prefab. Character import. Highlight effect. I reckon it'll be in either shooter or character mover. Maybe in player character import. Let's have a look. So, rotate the face direction, intended move direction. So actually, we are telling it to move maybe 0, 0. Okay, so let's find this again, sorry. Rotate the face direction equals intended move direction. But we only want to do that if the intended move direction is more than 0. If intended move direction is more than 0, is dot magnitude, maybe? Magnitude is more than 0. Then, yeah, do this. Otherwise, no, don't do that. Intended shoot direction is 0, and then we check what you press in. Where do I handle? Oh, shoot is pressed. Is where I handle that. Okay, cool. Save. Save. Alright, let's see. What kind of game are you coding? This is going to be a isometric roguelike twin stick shooter. So okay, that's worked. 0, 90, 0. And then if I move, it turns to face the direction I'm pressing. So actually we want to start by facing 0, 180, 0. So if I set that again, it should work now when he spawns in. And I can show you the game. Start game. Cool. Yep, so he's facing the right way. Walk out the lift. And we attack and destroy some enemies. Oh, whoa. That's a problem. If I tap a direction now, he just moves forever in that direction until he hits something. So let's go back to the code. Where did we change? Here. Okay, so the character move a bit. We still want to change that. But we don't want to change the direction you're facing. So you still move if you're pressing 0, 0 because you want to stop moving. But you don't turn to face 0, 0. Why not make cheats for games? I think because loads of people already do that. I don't know. You don't really need me doing that as well. And I try not to use cheats for games when I can avoid it, really. Okay, now we've got an issue where he's not facing the direction I'm shooting anymore. So that's weird, isn't it? So we do need that code to still happen. Okay, and then I guess in rotate to face direction, target rotation equals but I don't want to do that if you're not moving, or do I? Facing direction. If the time since your last shot is more than the cooldown, then facing direction equals the facing direction. Else, more time between when you shot. Okay. And then, so this is a bit complicated. I've got to split this out a bit now. So this bit here, this is yeah, this is basically what it's saying there. Update the facing direction only if the input is significant. And if the input is significant, then that is actually when you would want to rotate towards that. And also, else, I can't have that there. Local parameter, I'm using it here as well. Delete that. Time since last shot goes up. And do we use that facing direction? Else time since last shot. Oh, okay. So we are doing that in both situations, but we're not doing it. Else, here's a new thing. And this is basically, yeah, no movement input. Do not change facing direction. That's confusing, but I think that makes sense. Let's try again now. So if I press play, start game, he's facing the wrong way again, but so he faces when you shoot, which is what I want. And if I move, he carries on facing the direction I'm shooting. But if I let go, then yeah, he faces the direction I'm moving. The only thing that wasn't working there was, I guess when he starts, he faces the wrong way. Why would he face the wrong way at the start? What's this game? This is a game I started working on. It's a twin stick shooter. It's going to be a roguelike. And is isometric. It's 3D. Oop. So why does he face for lift then? Let's just go through this one more time. So basically, if we call this, it's at 0, 0. The time since we last shot is 0, 0, which is equal to the cooldown. No, it's not. Else we get here. This is why then. Else. So, yeah, this is facing the shooting direction. But you can only do that if you've already basically if you've already shot, that would work. If you haven't shot, that would not work. Equal to if your time your last shot is more than or equal to the cooldown between well, it would be here first to begin with, I feel like. I mean, it's basically that. If you shot recently, face the shooting direction. If the time between the last shot, which starts at 0, is more than the cooldown, which is 1.1 times the rate of fire, have I got this bit wrong? Like, if the time that you last shot is more than or equal to the cooldown between looking at shooting direction, that would start at 0, which is less than that, and so we add time on. Oh yeah. We're good. I need to basically do time since last shot. If I just put that really high, like if I just start that at 1000, I think that will fix it. Let's just refresh, play. Okay, start game. Yeah, okay, we're facing the right direction now. I can move around and he faces the correct way. If I shoot, he looks the way I'm shooting. If I let go and move, he's back to looking that way. If I hold shoot while I move around, he keeps looking the way I'm shooting. That is all correct. The only thing I think it should do now is like when I'm like moving my mouse around, it should look in the direction I'm moving my mouse. But you wouldn't want that for gamepad. Like if I pick up my gamepad, if I start moving that stick around, it just fires in that direction. So you would never actually need to look in a direction without moving or firing. But because the mouse, like if I click and move, that's fine. But if I just move, should you keep looking in the direction of the mouse? And if so, it basically means I'm either going to have to track whether the player's using gamepad or mouse so I know whether to do anything. Or I can see did the mouse move? If the mouse moved, look in the direction of the mouse, maybe. And then, say my mouse is here. If I'm just walking and I'm not clicking anything, should I be looking at the mouse or should I be looking in the direction I'm walking? Maybe like if there was a reticle or something, is that what it's called? Reticle? Showing on the screen, showing which way you're aiming. I feel like I need to play some games that are like twin stick shooters and see what they do. Like, do they solve this problem or what's the deal? I don't know. But there you go. Okay, cool. So we have doors that we can destroy with one bullet. Maybe we want some doors that have more health. We can do that quite easily. We can do some doors that maybe just walk through them, but you don't shoot through them. Maybe we need some special abilities as well. Something like that. Ammo. Do we need ammo? I'm not sure. We could do ammo so you have so many shots and then you need to recharge. Because then we can add upgrades that like affect your loading time, reloading time. Let's add in some code to join rooms together. I feel like that would be a good one to add in. So when we're doing floor generation, we place rooms, place connected rooms, then we do our walls. Check and place wall. So in this situation, there's already a wall. In this situation, the room is a lift. Otherwise, we go here. So let's say no adjacent room, place wall. This is where we place a room with a door. Let's say sometimes this doesn't happen. So we can do float random door chance equals random dot range between 0f and 100f. And if the random door chance is more than and let's add it as a thing so we can change it here. Serialized field, private float, door placement chance, and I'll do equal 50%. And then wherever I put that. Here. So if random door chance is more than the random door placement chance, then place a door. Otherwise, join those two rooms together. Save. Save all. So now, hopefully, like 50% of the rooms are actually just going to be joined together. Which looks like it has just worked. Look at that. That's like a really big, funky shaped room. This is like a meeting room in here. That's cool. This is an interesting room shape. This is a bit weird though, because the door goes nowhere. You don't need that door and that wall because it's all the same room anyway. So probably don't need to do that. This one makes sense. It's like a boardroom. Small square room. Another rectangle room. This is pretty cool. How would we solve this problem here though with the door, the wall and the door like that? That's an interesting problem to solve. Let's see. Let's think. If we have a think here. Number of rooms, number of... We could... I think... It's basically, it's a grid. We're placing rooms onto a grid. And each grid position can only have one room in it. And what we're saying now is each room can now belong to multiple grid positions. And each room prefab is no longer a room, it is a grid size portion of a room. So we now want to combine grid size portions of a room together into one actual room. So the thing that we're calling a room prefab is actually a room portion prefab. Oh, got some new people joined. Becky, how are you? Still 24? Yep, technically. I was born 36 years ago, I think. 36? 37 next month. How's everything going with you? I still have the keycaps, but I don't have them on this keyboard I'm using now. Cosmic says, check if the room is enclosed and if walls connects to another room or to the same room. Okay, so we basically need to make these like portions of a room need to be joined into a room, and we need the concept of a room to exist. Darius says, I shat my pants watching you. Keep up. Thank you, I think. And I'm sorry. One or the other. James TV says, I have cancer. I'm your biggest fan. I hope you are joking. If not, sorry to hear that. Just joined. What's going on? I'm coding a game. Been working on it for 7 streams. Each stream is 3 hours. So we've got 21 hours in this game so far. It's got procedural generation a bit. We're expanding that. It's like a twin stick shooter. It's supposed to be like in an office, so these are all supposed to be like office rooms. We're just now sort of fusing rooms together, which works for some stuff, but other stuff you have these weird walls where they're not really needed, and it's a bit weird. So we're trying to now figure out ways we can check the situation on the rooms and not fuse them, not put walls in the middle of rooms, if that makes sense. It's a bit of a weird concept. So you're in an office and you're going from floor to floor in the office, and all the other colleagues are robot AIs, and I guess they've malfunctioned and are evil or something. You have to destroy all the AI workers in the office, and then go to the next floor, and then there'll be big bosses every so many floors, and you get like random upgrades between floors. Yeah. So we haven't got multi-cell rooms working. Basically what we're doing at the moment is sometimes we don't generate a wall between rooms, which actually works quite nicely and makes these different shaped rooms, but sometimes it spawns a wall in between technically two rooms. But I need to basically fuse rooms together and save somewhere that those cells are the same room, which I think we should do in a separate pass. So before we spawn the walls in, I mean, it's kind of working. It is kind of working. True. So where do we spawn doors? Let's see. Generate floor. Place start room. Place random connected rooms, and then place walls. Before we do the placing walls, we want to fuse rooms together, I suppose. And then we need a list of fused rooms. Serialized fields, private list of. We're fusing grid positions, but we're also fusing. So this is rooms with walls added. This is a list of. Okay, what we'll do, we'll make a new struct. So we've got grid position. What we want is public struct fused room. And a fused room is a public list of game objects or grid positions, and it's grid positions that this fused room is occupying. So occupied grid positions. Okay, and then do we also need to make a reference to the actual, like the rooms, or basically we use the grid positions to grab the rooms, I think. Check and place wall. We look through this list of rooms with walls added. Okay, that's just a list of grid positions. Okay, so once we've got the grid positions, maybe that's all we need for now. Could be. If you have 24 hours to install Linux on all your devices, and if you succeed, you'll be given £500, would you take the deal? I don't think I would. No. I'm sorry to say, I would not do that. I don't know how much money it would take for me to bother doing that. Yeah, I can't decide how much money it would cost for me to Linux myself. Alright, so we have fused rooms as a concept. Let's make a list of fused rooms. We'll call this serialized field. It don't need to be serialized though. But I'll serialize it anyway. Why not? Private list of fused rooms equals fused rooms. New list of fused rooms. Okay, so we do have a floor layout which has a game object in it. Like, what do we add to the floor layout then? The room is the game object. So let's add public game objects. A list of them? List of game objects. And this is the room objects. Oh, we just got raided by Blood Buffy. I don't want to dox you by saying your name. Do they know your name? Thank you for the raid. They do know your name. Okay, we're good. Alright. It would be quite awkward if you raided and then I was like, oh, it's Julia, and everyone was like, what? As if they didn't know what your name was. But there we go. It's a Bossa reunion. Dear. So we have room objects and occupied grid positions as a list in our fused room. Okay. So what we're going to do is go back up here somewhere. Fuse rooms together. We're going to do public fuse rooms together. Public void. Okay. We're going to go through all of our rooms, and if the rooms are together, we're going to have a percentage chance that those rooms fuse together. I think that makes sense. So we'll do for each. For each room. Wait, did this just figure it out? I didn't have to do anything. For each variable key value pair in floor layout, which is a list of grid positions and the rooms as game objects, take them both, and if the room doesn't equal null, then the fused room equals new fused room with that position and that room, and we add the fused room. Oh, okay, so it just fuses them together, but it doesn't actually join the rooms together, if that makes sense. This is interesting. It basically this is a weird problem to solve. I'll show you what we're making. We're making a... I'll come back to this code because it's awkward. A twin stick shooter, roguelike, dungeon crawler, isometric game sort of thing. Basically, you're in a lift. This is an office you work in on lots of floors. All the enemies are your co-workers, and your co-workers have all been replaced with AI. So they're like weird robot co-workers, and the AI is evil. So you have to shoot and destroy them, kill all of your evil AI robot co-workers. And then you just move through all the floors of the office, killing everyone. And there's bosses, and each floor you clear you get like random upgrades you can choose from. So I guess it's a mix of a bunch of other games, really. There we go, restart. I'm trying to work out joining rooms together. And I managed to put it together really quickly where it like sometimes it just doesn't put a wall in, but we want to make it a bit better than that and actually join the rooms together. So that's what I'm trying to work out how to do, but it's a bit confusing. Are you using Python? No, I'm using Unity, which uses C#. Oh, the enemy's code is broken, so it's just spawning more and more enemies, is it? Or is that 10 enemies? No, it's 10 enemies. Just felt like more for some reason. 5, 8, 9, and the one I killed is 10. Cool. So, should we go back to try and fuse these rooms together? Let's do that. Basically, each room can only belong to one fused room. So we should check here. Check if this room is already part of fused room. So if it's already part of fused room, continue. Else, do this. And we need to give it the key value pair dot key. Cool. So let's do that function. Bool, public bool. I guess private bool. It's already done it. There we go. Thank you. For each fused room in fused rooms, room occupied grid position contains position, return true. Else, false. Nice. Julia's heading out. Thanks for the raid. Good to see you. It's probably too late to ask what you were doing on your stream now. Someone else can let us know. Check if that is... Okay, so... Yeah, if it's not part of another room, then either do this, like create a new fused room. That's what this is doing. So create new fused room, or we want to do this. Check next door rooms to fuse to. So Okay. Oh, Copilot is so good. It just knows what you want to do. Like, it knows that I want to check the adjacent positions, so it gets them all. So then, oh look, it's doing it. It's just coding everything for me. It's easy mode. All right. For each adjacent position, check if the floor layout contains the adjacent position, and if so, get the game object. If it's not null and it's not already part of a fused room, then fuse the adjacent room. Fused room equals the last fused room, the one we're trying, that's the name of it, equals... Why would you do it to the last fused room? And not just whatever fused room is next to it? That's wrong. Well, it tried, but I think it's failed. So, what do we want to fuse it to though? We don't want to fuse it to the most recent one. For each adjacent position in adjacent positions, and also we don't always want to fuse a room, so we'll do like flow fusion chance equals that, and if it's less than 50, is more than 50, is that the way you do it? So if it's more than, if it's less than or equal to, and we'll say there's a 25% chance of fusing, then we will try to fuse and then if fuse failed, then create new fused room. Okay, so how do we try to fuse? We'll do that. So for each fused room, if occupy grid position contains position, it's already part of the fused room, but we already know that, so we don't need to do that. We'll do this. Why does it not like that name though? Do we already have that? Adjacent positions. We have that down here. Adjacent positions. Adjacent positions. Adjacent room pause. There. Okay. And this should be then adjacent room pause. Ooh. Then if the fused room contains the adjacent position, fuse the rooms. No, this is not the way to do it. we basically want to choose one of those at random. Okay, so if adjacent room pause, we need to know if they're all valid rooms first. Check if any of those rooms are valid rooms. Those valid positions. Pause contain valid rooms. Okay. That's all wrong. How would we know it contains a valid position? We've done that before, right? Where we know check and place wall. That's where we check. Check if equal. Where do we check? If rooms with wall added contains that. Adjacent room position. Check position if room equals left. Well, where do we call this from then? Oh, okay, here. If the room doesn't equal null and the room isn't the lift, we check in the floor layout. Okay, all right. Let's try and do that then. So. Let's make a new list of grid pause valid adjacent rooms, room pause equals a new list, and then we'll do for each of that, and we won't do that, that's wrong. We'll do if floor layout contains key adjacent pause and it's not null, and also we don't care if it's fused, and floor layout adjacent pause doesn't equal or dot room doesn't equal lift. How do we do that? If room geo check pause room geo doesn't equal lift. Okay. This probably sounds very confusing. If the floor layout contains the adjacent position and the floor layout game object is not null and it's not a lift, then it is a valid position that we could fuse with. So now we can do if valid adjacent room positions dot count is more than 0, then we can just do and also if valid, no, we don't need to do that. We'll just do int random index equals random dot range 0 and the valid adjacent room position dot count then we know the room to fuse position is the valid adjacent room position at the random index. And that is the position to fuse with. So then we can fuse them together. So how do we fuse rooms? Do we know? Room to fuse position. How do we get the fused room? Oh, we know that fused room is the fused room. Okay, so fused room dot occupied grid positions dot add. We add this position to that, and we also add room objects dot add the room to that as well. Cool. That, I think, sounds super confusing, but I think that works. We'll do here as well. Bool fused equals false, and then when we fuse it here, we'll do fused equals true. Yeah, so does count give you the count -1? I think it's because when you do this, it says the first int is inclusive and the next int is exclusive. So that means it includes 0. But if this was 2, it would not include 2. Oops. So it'd only go to 1. So it basically is count -1. But just a confusing way of wording that. But I think it's so you can do things like this where you do dot count and you don't have to worry about taking 1 off each time. So if the fusing failed, then if it didn't fuse, or if fused, continue. And then we make a new room. This should sometimes fail anyway, right? Like we should sometimes cause this to fail. Why do we add it to the fused room? So we make it its own fused room. I guess a fused room could just be one room. Okay. That feels quite confusing, but let's wait. And why do I try and fuse the room again? I think that's just what we were doing before. Create with just this room, which is what we do here. Okay. So this is basically, if the fuse failed, then we just make a new fuse with just that room in it. And then we don't need to do this bit where we check rooms to fuse. Okay, I think that all makes sense. I've messed up on the curly brackets somewhere here. That's that one. That one? Okay. So it's not fused, then we make a new fusion. Alright, let's just press play and see if it breaks or if it works, because I have no idea. Could do either. Start game. That no good. Oh, we're not checking our fused rooms for our doors though. So now when we place a door, we just need to check, is that room part of the same fused room? And if so, do not place a door. Okay, so this is where we place the rooms with doors. But we don't want to check. It's not random chance anymore. It's actually just check if rooms belong to same fused room. And how do we check that? How do we even check that? It's so confusing. Fused rooms. We need to get fused room, this fused room, and we need fused room adjacent fused room. And so this fused room doesn't equal new fused room, it equals, we want to do for each fused room, if the fused room dot occupied grid positions contains current position, this fused room equals fused room. And if fused room occupied grid positions contains the check position, then that is the adjacent fused room. It's not an adjacent fused room, it's an adjacent position. We're testing if it's a fused room. Excuse me. We can just do bool same fused room equals false. And then here we can do if fused room occupied grid positions contains current position and fused room occupied grid positions dot contains the check position, then these are both in the same fused room. So same fused room equals true. And if that is true, then do not do this. So if not same fused room, then do a wall. Oops. But if we already know this is true, we can just do continue. And then it won't do this bit. Or we can just break out of there actually. Break. Okay. Maybe this will work. Okay, start game. This is correct. This is correct. Fine, fine, fine. That's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Everything there was exactly as it should have been. So that's good. Start game. This is correct. 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 That's all correct. Correct. That's all correct. Play again. What do you think of Godot? I spent like maybe half an hour in it one time and it seemed fine. But it was too different to Unity, so I gave up. But I have been using Unity for like 10 years or something now. So it wouldn't have made sense instantly in half an hour. I think I need to ship some games using Unity and then I can decide if I want to stick with it. No, this is incorrect. So these are all fused, but it's still created a wall between these two. Let's also, to make this easier to see, let's do a serialized field. We'll call this private colors. Color as a list. We'll call this floor colors. Possible floor colors. And then we'll go through every floor within each room and color it the same random floor color. And then we'll be able to see if it's worked. In fact, we won't even do that. We'll just do a random color and then we can see. So let's do a new thing here. When we've placed our walls and fused our rooms together, we can call this random floor color, I suppose. And then we'll do public void random floor color. And then we'll do color, random color equals new random color. And then we don't want to do it this way. We want to do we've got a list of fused rooms, right? So we know for each fused room in fused rooms. Then for each game object room within the fused rooms, we get the renderers and then we change the material color to the random color. That sounds correct. And then get rid of this bit here. Cool. That should work. Potentially. Is that how we do our floors though? Like, I don't know, we'll find out if that works. I'll just hit play. Whoa! What's gone wrong here? So it coloured our lift in. We didn't want that to happen. But every floor seems to be pink. So if I press play again, either everything's pink again. So that is not a random colour, is it? New colour, random value. That should be a random colour then. For each fuse room. Oh, no. There we go. For each fuse room, we want a different random colour. And then we'll colour all the renderers in that the same colour. Although you feel like the pinks were slightly different. They could have been. That could have just been random. Whoa! Start game. So these two are supposed to be fused, but they have got different colours. These, are they fused? Is this purple fused with this purple and this purple? And these two are fused? Then why are the doors? What's going on? That's crazy. Oh, is it fusing rooms that aren't next to each other? Then why are the door things working? What? I think you shouldn't use random colours. Yeah, maybe. Try generating based on HSV. Yeah. Okay, maybe not random colours. All right. What if we do it like this? We do. How can you generate a colour? You can do. Yeah, change the hue linearly as you go through. So for that we'd want like an int I equals 0. And then we'll do random color equals new color. Or we'll do, how did you say do it? Color.hsv to RGB. And then we can do a float from 0 to 1 for the hue. Okay, so for saturation we'll do 1 and what's V? Excuse me, brightness 1. Okay, so we will do 1. We'll do. We need to know the. I guess it'll be I divided by the fused rooms dot count, and then we'll do here I plus plus. I've basically done an I loop, but I've done it within a for each, a for loop. Oh yeah, cast the I to a float. Yeah, float I. All right, let's try that and see what happens there. That should give each fused room the same colour. That room is fused with this one then. And those two are fused together, which is correct. It's possible for one room to be part of multiple different fused rooms. It's probably not supposed to be possible. But if I pause it, can I see the fused rooms on the game manager? I can see room prefabs. I can't see anything else. If I go to debug, no, I can't see the other stuff. I feel like there's probably a much better way of doing all this than I'm doing at the moment. Because it feels like this is really confusing, but I don't feel like it has to be as confusing as I'm making it. Yeah, alright, let's serialize these. So system serializable. And then we'll serialize these as well. Just force it to serialize. Serialize field. serialize field, and this one serialize field. And then when we have our list of fused rooms, okay, they're serialized already as well. Nice. Play. Could do it by hierarchy. Alright, so those yellow ones are correct-ish. Let's have a look from above. Why do they have a different colour here to here? Oh, it's for nav mesh over the top of it, that's all. So these... Alright, let's just see if we can see fused rooms. Okay, we've got 14 fused rooms. And how many rooms do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 rooms. 14 fused rooms. Well, 15 technically, but... Alright, let's have a look. So some of these rooms have a lot of objects in them. So this room, this one, has orange floor and as part of this is connected to this room which has yellow floor. I think rooms have been fused multiple times like you suggested. So let's go back. Where do we check? Fuse rooms together. Okay. So when you do continue, does it mean you skip this key value pair? That's what I thought it meant. That's, yeah. Okay, so that's what's that supposed to be. So check if it is already part of a fused room. And how do I check? I go through fused rooms, and if the fused room occupied grid positions contains the position, then yes, it is already part of a fused room. Otherwise, return false. So this I think makes sense and is correct. So let's go back up here. So we know our position is the key and the room is the value. So we'll say fused is false because we've already got here, we know fused is false. And we have a % chance of it fusing. Let's say we don't fuse, we get more than 25%. Which means fused equals false, so we continue. If room doesn't equal null, then we make a new fused room and we put the grid position of this room in there, in the occupied grid positions, and we put the room in the room objects. And then we add the fused room to the list of fused rooms. Cool. That all makes sense. Okay, so the issue maybe is in here. So, try to fuse. Oh, okay. We're trying to add it to multiple fused rooms. We're going for each fused room, try to do this. But actually, once we've done it once and we've done this, we want to break out of this for each. So we want to do continue. I think that then will break out of there. Otherwise, it was basically saying, okay, this is a fused room. Let's add it to everything around it. Start game. So, okay, so this worked, this room. This one, no. Also, this is fused to this. And that? Is that the same colour? No. Same colour, different? Can't tell. Different colour. Not break. Should it have been break? It should probably have been break, yeah. Because just continue just goes to the next one, does it? Then should we have done break? We break there. I did continue somewhere else, and maybe that should have been break as well then. If fused, continue. For each room. Oh yeah, that should be continue. Okay. Play. This looks promising. Those two are the only connected ones. Those up there look connected though. Are those two not connected? I can't see. Oh no, no, they're slightly different colour. Okay. Potentially that worked. There's just only one fused room. Start again. Okay. This seems pretty good. Is this meant to be fused with those ones though? Like, is that meant to be the same colour as that? Let's go to our game manager. Let's try and see. So this seems to say we only have one room with connected rooms in it, and it has 7 connected rooms. So that already seems incorrect. And I think this is all the red ones. Everything else is a 1. Also, the lift is in the fused rooms, which should not happen. Let's get the lift out of there. So, if kvp dot value equals lift, continue as well. Cool. Check if continue valid rooms. If the number of valid rooms is more than 0, do that. Oh. If the number of valid rooms is is 0, then we could put this there. For each fused room. No. No, we couldn't, because we're doing that for each fused room. You only want to do it once. That should fix the lift bit. So for each fused room dot add. Adjacent. It's not doing adjacent positions properly then, basically, is it? If we're saying for each room, check the rooms around it. How is it getting that wrong though? Press play again. I'm sure there's a better way to do this, to be honest, but yeah, it's doing the same thing. It's like, are all the connected rooms part of the same room again? 1 1 1 1 1 1 1, and this one has 10. So it basically is working, but when it connects rooms together, it connects them all to the same room rather than connecting them to whichever room it's supposed to be connecting to. Try to fuse. So for each, let's see. So for every fused room in the list of fused rooms, wait. Wait, a minute. Yeah, this is incorrect, isn't it? Because so the first time you do this, you get here. It's not part of a fuse room. Let's say you are going to fuse. There are no other fused rooms, so this doesn't matter. We get here and we make a new fused room. So even though we've said yes fuse, we don't do anything, we just make a new fused room. Then on our next room, we say we're going to fuse, and let's say those two fused rooms, they're not even next to each other. So we do a list of adjacent room positions based on the actual position, and we say valid positions And is that based on the valid position? Yeah. Is it? Yeah, on the actual room. We then say adjacent room position for each valid one. Valid adjacent positions. Fused room isn't necessarily next to that fused room. Oh. Yeah. It's wrong. Okay, so no, this is all sort of incorrect. I'll just comment this out for a second. What we actually want to do is get adjacent room positions, which is a list of grid pos adjacent rooms equals that. Then we want to check if those positions contain any valid rooms. So we can do that. Valid rooms equals that. Okay, and then we know how many valid potential rooms to fuse to they are. Then, if there are more than 0, we basically get a random one. Find out if any fused rooms contain that room. And if they do, then that is the room we fuse to. Good. Break. And then, if we get here and fused, if we haven't fused yet, but we're supposed to fuse because the chance was more, then this is now where we should create a new fuse room. And when we do that, it needs to be in here as well. Okay, so if there are more than 0 rooms that we can fuse to, then check if we pick the room to fuse to, and then we just want to check, does that room have a fused room? If not, if not fused yet, we want to create new fused room and add both rooms. So we want to do fused room, new fused room equals new fused room, and then add the current position and the room to fuse position, and also both of their game objects. Nice. Delete. Delete. And then we can get rid of all this here. I think that will do what we're trying to do better than how we were trying to do it. Play. So that's weird. Why do they all have the same color? And there are no fused rooms now. No fused rooms, and they all have the default color again. Did I comment out too much? Fused rooms together. Check if it's already part of a fused room. And continue. No. That's fine. If the lift, continue. That's fine. Fused is false. Check percentage. Get the adjacent rooms. Then we make a list of valid rooms. For each adjacent position in the adjacent rooms, if the floor layout contains the position and the room isn't null and it's not the lift, then we add it to the valid rooms. If the valid rooms is more than 0, then random index between 0 and however many, we choose one at random. We get the grid pause. We go through our fused rooms and we see, do any of them contain that grid pause? If they do, then we add the new position to that one as well, and we say fuse is true. If fuse isn't true, then we make a new fused room and we add both rooms to that room. Play. So why would we end up with no fused rooms though? Yeah, we're just getting no fused rooms at all. We're gonna have to do some debugs. Okay, let's just see, do we get here? Debug.log count of valid adjacent rooms equals that. Then at least then we know we're getting like that far. What's going wrong there? That's fine. Is that right? Why is that weird? I don't know. Like, oh, it's not art, it's dollar. There we go. Can you look at the chat? Yeah, I can look at the chat. Basically, I'm streaming on multiple platforms at once, but That was the first message you sent though, so I don't know what message I've missed that you are asking about. I don't know. Alright, so I've pressed play now. Valid adjacent rooms is 2, 3, 4, 1. So it is definitely getting valid rooms. It's just not making any fused rooms. So we get there, and some of them have the right amount. So some of them get here. That's fine. We get the index of the room. Find the fused room that contains it. So fused is false still. Oh, I don't add this fused room to the list of fused rooms. Fused room. Is it underscore fused rooms? Add fused room. Cool. That might work now. Play. Let's see. Ooh. This is correct. This red room's correct. These, I don't know why they have no colour. I guess because they're not fused with anything. Bit weird though. And a blue one. Nice. That is a bit weird that the ones with no fusion. Oh wait, let me press play and look at the number of fused rooms. Because I thought the way I'd done it is even if a room has no fusions, it still counts as a fused room. Okay, so it says I've got 4 fused rooms. If I scroll over here, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4. So at the moment, if a room doesn't fuse, oh, okay, so where do we do our fused rooms? Fused rooms together. Where's our percentage? Yeah, so if we don't fuse, then we should also just make a fused room with just that room in it. Because, yeah, so else we just want to do this new fused room, and we only want to add in the current position and actually the current room. Cool, save. And let's increase this 25% chance by just adding it up here as like a percentage chance. We've got rid of that door thing. Get rid of that. We'll do serialized field, private, float, room fusion chance, 25. And we'll add that back in. Excuse me. Down here where we check 25, we'll change that to room fusion chance. And then should we just up it to like 100 and press play? Let's just do 100% chance of fusing rooms. 100% chance of fusion. The whole floor should just be like one massive room now. But it's not. Why would it not be? Oh, because intelligently we've already fixed a problem. If you try to fuse a room into a room that is already fused, it will join them together, but will it join if Alright. Say this yellow room is the first one we check and we combine it with this one. And then this blue one we check and we combine it to this one. We never check this room again and we never check this room again. These two sets of fused rooms can never be fused together because they're already in separate fusions. So you can fuse any individual rooms together, but you cannot fuse a room into another fused set of rooms. Does that make sense? You can fuse together a pair of rooms that aren't fused, but you cannot fuse together it's really hard to I can understand why this is working, but I can't explain it. Yeah, I think it's working, but I can't explain why it's working. Like yes, this can happen. We've got an issue here where this room is inaccessible. That's another problem though. That's because the lift counts as a room, so it's put a room next to the lift, but you can't get to it from anything. Don't worry about that though, we can fix that later. When a room is fused, re-add it to whatever array you used to iterate through the rooms to fuse them in the first place. That could work, but it might cause other bugs. See, this makes sense. Maybe I want to have a limit on how many rooms can be joined together to make a big room. I don't think we want the ability for every room on the floor to be joined into one. So this is with 100% fusion turned on. I think yeah, you would need to fuse rooms together when it checks. But so at the moment I'll show you on the code. Let's see. I get every room on the layout and I go through each one of them. But if this room is already part of any fused room, I just don't do any checks on it. I don't try to fuse it to anything else. But this is an issue because of what we're saying, where if I have two rooms, I fuse them together, both of those rooms are now part of a fused room. So I never check on the second room. But we're saying maybe you do want to check on the second room, And if it tries to fuse with a room that is also part of another fused room, combine those two fused rooms together. Is that what we're thinking we should do? It sounds like. What happens if you remove the check? I feel like it might be a problem because if you, on the second room then, if you try and fuse it with something else, it could become part of a new fusion and it'll be part of another fused room, but it's still part of the first fused room, and you don't want a room to be part of two fused rooms, or in that situation you should fuse both of those fusions together. So if we take this out, which, yeah, maybe we want to do. Alright, we'll take that out, but then, alright, I'll just comment it out for now. And I'll add a note here. This was to check if the other room, no, if the room is already part of a fused one. Okay, so now when we get here, we're basically saying okay, so room to fuse. This tries to fuse the room to the other fused room, to the other room's fused room. And if we already had a fused room, everything in our fused room should join also to that other fused room. So here, here's where we're going to add this room to that fused room. But also, if we are already part of a fused room, we need to add all the rooms from that one too. So this will add our fused room to it, but how can we check if it was already part of a fused room? Didn't we have a function for that? Okay, check if already part of a fused room, pause. So if our room that we're checking is already part of a fused room, we need to get the fused room and then for each existing position but we also need to check it's not the same fused room, or that creates a whole other issue as well. For each grid position in the existing room, we need to add it to the other fused room, and then for each, when we add the room, yeah, and then remove the existing fused room from the list. What do you mean check it's not the same one? We need to check, so we've got 4 rooms, A, B, C and D. If we combine these two, and then we're trying to combine this one to these two, we need to check that, and this one is combined to this one. No. I think we do, yeah. We need to check if the room, right. We've got 2 rooms. We're on this room and we decide to fuse it to this room. We fuse it. Now we're on this room and we also decide to fuse it back to this room. We need to check that it's not already part of the same fused room. Otherwise, we make a new fused room and try and, do you know what I mean? Yeah, we confuse it. So I don't know if I've overly confused it even more now. This is if we're already part of a fused room, then the existing fused room is that room that we're part of. Fused room is the new one that we're going to join. So the new one we're going to join, if it doesn't contain the existing position, contains, then add it. For each existing room, add the existing room as well, and then remove the previous fused room from the list. The existing fused room for the list. But we don't want to do that if they are the same one. So we need to check we basically need to check, is that room already fused to this room? If so, don't do anything. Yeah, here we'll do check if the room to fuse is already part of the fused room with the current room. So how do we do that? This, we could return the fused room instead of bool. Return fused room, and then we'll just return the fused room, else return null. Can that be null? No, it can't be null. Why can it be non-nullable? How do we fix that? Fused room. If you want a struct to be make it out of fused room, yeah, let's do that. False and return true. Fused room, make it ball. For that, do we just do out fused room? Fused room. And then we do... Oh, we can't call it the same thing. Out fused room. Out fused room equals fused room. Oh. What do I do in that situation then? If I can't make it null. I mean, I guess I could just make it equal a new one, because I'm not going to use it anyway in that situation. Okay, and then you have to give it an out. Existing fused room. Existing fused room. We already know. Dang, 2 people. I'm multi-streaming across Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, sort of all at the same time. So there's people watching on different platforms. We don't need to set that because we already know what that is, because we got it from the function. Okay, so we do want to check if existing fused room contains the room to fuse both rooms already part of the same fused room. Break fused equals true. Let's press play and see if it works. Play. Well, it's more broken. Also, we have way too many rooms in each of these fused rooms now. It looks like we're not destroying any fused rooms when we combine them properly. Check if the room to fuse is already part of a fused room with the current room. Also, we don't need to do that anymore because we already have a function to do that. Alright, we've made a mess again. Let's try and unmess it. So we know our current room fused room is a fused room. Okay, but we could do it this way. We could say check if this room is already part of fused room using if, and then we could do pause and fused room current room fused room, and that should be an out. Then if check if, no, don't do that. If yeah, contains a room to fuse, then we know both rooms are part of the same fuse room, and fuse is true, and we just continue. And continue checks the next room. Else, find the fuse room that contains the room. We don't need to do that anymore. We can just say, oh, it's here. Else, this now is where we want to be here. If fuse room contains the room to fuse, we're basically now trying to say, we're trying to do this. If check if this room is already part of room to fuse, room to fuse, pause, out, fuse room to fuse, fused room. And in this case, we then want to so we know we're in a fused room and we know the other room is in a fused room. We want to destroy the old fused room after we have added every room from that room into the new fused room. So we'll do a list of grid pause to add to other fused room equals new there, and list game object rooms to add to other fused room equals new list of game objects. And then we want to do for each which way round do we do it? We do for each game object geo in current room fused room dot room objects. We're going to add those to rooms to add to other fused room dot add game object, and also for each grid pause GP in current room fused room dot occupy grid positions, add those to the grid positions to add to the other fused room dot add GP, then we want to fused rooms dot remove the current room fused room from the list of fused rooms, because now all those rooms are in the new fused room. Okay, that's all done. Do we do this bit though? Do we do the fused equals true after we've done that? Yeah. Fused equals true. And if not fused, we just make a new fused room. But already part of a fused room. If it's not, else, then we want to do this bit. If the other room is part of a fused room, then we just want to do room to fused room dot add where's the fuse dot room to fused room dot rooms dot occupied grid positions dot add pos, and also room to fused room dot room objects dot add room, and then fuse is true. Else, on which bit here? We're not fusing it, so we just make a new object. Okay. Potentially fixed it. Might have made it worse now because I've just done a load of messing around with it. Well, this one's worked, this one's worked, this one. This has not worked. Also, fusion is supposed to be 100%, so really all the rooms should be fused together. Play fused rooms. There is supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fused rooms. So I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. The same rooms are appearing in multiple things now, though. I'm wondering if it's because when I do remove fused room, is that removing a new fused room with those values, or is it removing the actual fused room? Like, this is a struct, but Is a struct a value type or a reference type? Is a struct a value type or reference type? Oh, Copilot, stop working. Value type. I need it to be reference type. How can I change this to be a reference type? Do I make it a class? Is that how you do it? Maybe I'll make it a class. I've been spammed on Twitch by I guess it's a view bot or something. If it's a class, will that just work now? If I just hit play? No. Seems to have the same problem. Is a class a reference type? A class is a reference type, so I was incorrect. I thought what the problem was when I did this remove the fused room, because it was a value type, it didn't actually work. It needed to be a reference type. But I guess that's not the issue. Oh. Play. I've almost taken a whole stream to do this, but if it works at the end of the stream, it'll be really cool. So, it's working, except in situations where it's supposed to combine them. I think that's what we can say safely is the issue. Because these are supposed to combine, and that's where it's broken. But these have all worked. Let's just press play a few times and see. Yeah, it breaks when it tries to combine rooms that are supposed to be stuck together. Fused room. Like, I don't know, but this code feels way more complicated than in my head I would have thought it should need to be. There's probably a much better way of doing it all. Okay, let's just... We'll run through it and see. So... For every room on the whole floor layout, we check if it's a lift. If it is the lift, we continue. So we move on. We stop messing around with that room, go on to the next one. We know the position of the room, and we have an object for the room. We say that it's false, that it's fused, because we're checking now if we're going to fuse it. We do a chance, a random number between 0 and 100. If it's less than our or equal to our room fusion chance, we're going to fuse it. So attempt to fuse. So to fuse it, we need to get the adjacent rooms, get them all, and then check if any of those positions contain valid rooms. So now we make a new list of valid adjacent room positions. And then for each of those positions in the adjacent rooms, we're checking, let's just split this out. So if floor layout contains key adjacent room. I mean, if it doesn't contain that, oops, then it's not valid. So we can actually just continue. Don't add that one. If it is, we can do if floor layout adjacent position of game object is null, continue, because that means it doesn't have an object. It's not like it's a valid position, but there's no object, so that's an issue. Then we can check if floor layout adjacent position equals the lift, continue. Else we get down here, then it is a valid position. Cool, that seems fine. So now we have our valid adjacent rooms. Cool. We don't need to log the count anymore. So now we're checking oh wait. So we're not going to fuse it. Oh, okay. We want to check here. Check if this room is already part of a fused room. Position out fused room. Existing fused room. And if it is already a part of another existing fused room, we just want to continue. But if not, then we create a new fused room with just this one room in it. Okay, going back up here. Attempt to fuse. Get the fuse position, the other positions. Get any valid ones. And now we have our valid ones. If there are no valid ones, then we need to do this. So maybe I'm just going to copy and paste this. I hate that, but I'm going to do it anyway. If there are no valid okay, else there's no valid positions to fuse with, so we need to check, is it already part of a fused room? If so, continue. If not, create a new fused room just for this room. Even though there shouldn't be a situation when there's no valid ones, but still. Okay. So scrolling back up again. If there are some valid positions, we're going to pick one of them at random. And we're going to see, is our room already part of a fused room? If it's not, let's jump down here. Then new. We do this a lot, this code here. If not fused, where do we fuse all the way up here? It's fused false. Oh, we could just do that at the end. Like, else. Instead of else, we could just do if not fused. If not fused, then do this. And then when we get here, we don't need to do that there because we can just do it afterwards. Check if it's already part of a room. Room to fuse position. Ooh, this is too confusing. This is a mess. This is a mess. Okay. How can I simplify this? And also make it work? Because it doesn't work. Alright, so check if lift, skip. Alright. Fuse rooms together. So we're checking every room. Let's go through it again, see if we can make sense of it. Check every room. Decide if we're going to fuse. If we're not going to fuse, go all the way down here. We're not going to fuse and or no fuse has happened. So if we're not going to fuse or no fuse has happened, then check if it's already part of a fused room. If it is, we're fine, don't do anything. But if not, excuse me, create a new fused room just for this one room. Okay. So we could even just do, if not that, then this. We don't use that. There. Okay. That's good. Fine. Right. So if let's see. So it's all part of continue. That's basically the same thing that we just did down here, so we can actually just delete that now. Because we're still going to do that if we've not fused. And this here is the same again. If we've not fused, we can just do that down here. Then fuse it. Get rid of that. Okay. This is an else to this. So here, let's go back up. We get our adjacent rooms. We check, do any of them contain valid rooms? If they do, then we pick one at random. Now we need to check, does our room already have a fused room? And if it doesn't, we're fine. All we have to do is go room to fused room. We add our room to that and we say this is fused. But if our room already has a fused room, then we need to combine both fused rooms. So this is probably a bit where it's breaking, but we need to basically if the current fused room contains the room that we're fusing to, then both rooms are already part of the same fused room. We're good. Continue. And continue should go back to here and just move on to the next room. Else, check if the room to fuse is part of a fused room already. And if it is, then we need to grid positions to add to the other fused room is a new list, and the rooms to add is another new list. We need to add each of our current room objects to the other list, and each of our occupied grid positions to the other thing, and then we need to remove our current fused room from our list of fused rooms, and then we know if it's true. So here I'm actually going to do some checks. So debug.log, merging two fused rooms together, count is currently, and then we can do fused rooms.count. Like that. And then we try to remove it, and then we can do .log after removal counts is now, and we should be able to see that that count goes down. If that count doesn't go down, then this doesn't work. If it does go down, we've got a different issue. Play. Because I feel like that's the issue now. If it's still broken after doing all that. That actually all looks correct. Although it is set to 100%, so it should fuse. It doesn't try to fuse in all directions. It only tries to fuse in one direction. So technically, you wouldn't. It'd be very rare to have the whole floor fused together. You get big sections like that. That's fine. It looks like we're never logging anything, so it doesn't look like we're even getting to that code that I just did though. So like the fuse direction too. We're basically already setting the fuse direction by we pick one of the rooms next to it by random. and that kind of determines the direction. Yeah, because it looks at all possible rooms you could fuse, and then it only does one of them rather than doing all of them. We could set it to do all of them, though. We could change it to do all of them, just to make sure it's working. Why is it never triggering that code, though? That's weird. It never does this. This never happens. If the current fused room contains the room to fuse, then they're both in the same one, else it doesn't. It's never getting here, so room to fuse position is so to get there basically we're already part of another fused room and we are trying to join to a fused room, but that never seems to happen. But in my head I can visually see how that could happen, like if a room joins to another room and another room joins to another room and then this room tries to connect to that room. It should be possible. Oh, what on earth? That's because the lift counts as a room. We should fix that as well. So the lift can't be chosen when we're connecting rooms. Choose a possible room. Lift. Yes, we basically need to say possible new positions. Valid ones equals place connected room for place start room and then place connected room. Room chosen equals false. Chosen room equals new 0, 0. While room chosen is false, floor layout will count. Random room equals null. Possible grid positions equals new grid keys. Random grids. Random room equals floor layout. Random grid position. If random room doesn't equal null, if floor layout random grid position equals lift, continue, we'll go to the next loop and we'll pick another room. Save. That should fix that issue. Where we place a random room next to the lift rather than next to a normal room. We've got 15 minutes to try and fix this. Don't know if we'll be able to because it's a bit of a nightmare. I mean, this is working, but it's not properly working. Like, I mean, visually it all looks like it's working, but rooms should all be able to connect to each other. I don't know why that code's never triggering though. That's really weird to me. Why would that code never trigger? This bit here never triggers. So for each room, we decide it's going to fuse. Okay, we decide it's going to fuse. Our current room is does this always get fired? Room to fuse position equals the adjacent room. Both rooms are already part of the same fused room. Let's log that happens. Debug.log. Both rooms are already part of the same fused room. And we'll log here, excuse me, checking if, what are we actually checking here? If the adjacent room is already part of the same fused room. So we should get to that. Tired. But we don't even get to that. There's no debugs getting called. What? Start game. So this doesn't even get called. Check if this room is already part of the fused room. Pause. So this never happens. Fusing with the current one. Check if debug.log. Checking if the current room is already part of a debug room, of a fused room. And then this is checking if the adjacent one is. Okay, so let's try now if is that current room part of a fused room ever? I'm working in Unity. Yeah, you can use ChatGPT to help with code, but it is sometimes really messy and isn't always doesn't always work. If you can code, it is usually better just to code it yourself. Alright, so it's working again, but it isn't doing what I wanted to do. And also, did it even call that code? Yes. That got called 21 times. But every time it was false. So check if this room is already part of fused room. Position. So we take the position and we say for every fused room in fused rooms, if the fused room occupied positions contains pause, then return true, else false. So this is never returning true, which seems weird. That seem weird? Seems weird to me. Am I not adding the fused rooms properly or something? Like, fused room in fused rooms. Automated bots or something. I'm trying to make it so when you press play, it like creates a random floor with random rooms. At the moment, I've been for a couple of hours trying to get it so the rooms fuse together. So if I start game, instead of every room was square to begin with, I'm now having it so that rooms can join together into bigger rooms, which is working. You can see that all these rooms are different shapes and sizes. Oop. 11 o'clock. But it's technically supposed to fuse all of the other rooms into one massive room at the moment from the way the code is set up. But it's not doing that for some reason, which is really confusing. So it does check 21 times, and each time false, which doesn't make sense. Sometimes that should be true. Check if the rooms belong to the same fuse room. So where is our debug log gone? This happens, but it is always false. Already part of a fused room, our current room. Existing fused room. Then create a new room for just this one. Okay. This adds us to the other room's fused room. I'm going to do debug log. Adding current room to existing fused room. and then I'll add a debug log here. Debug.log. Fuse hasn't happened, and room is not part of any fuse rooms. Creating a new fuse room. Okay, and then if I go up here again, else debug.log. Current room is not part of any fuse room. Checking adjacent room. Okay. I'm doing 100% right, yeah. We know that this is sometimes over 0. Because we get here. Check in. Out, fuse room. Check if this room is already part of fuse room. But it never is. Even though really, should it not be? Should this never happen?
Go to bed.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't find a group or device named Lava Lamp.
Combine both fuse rooms here. Room to fuse, fuse room. Okay, let's just see if that gets called. Like, do we add to an existing fuse room ever? Let's see. So, adding to current room 13 times. That's all worked. Fuse hasn't happened. A room is not part of any fuse room, so we create a new one. Checking adjacent room 21 times. Checking adjacent room 21 times. Checking adjacent room. Checking adjacent room. There. That gets called 21 times. So this just is always false. Check if this room is already part of fused rooms. Pause. If not, add it to the other one. Combine both fused rooms. Wait. No, yeah, that's correct. Am I doing anything weird here? Fuse rooms together. I go through every room in the layout. Adjacent. Valid positions. Random. Check if the current room is already part of a fused room. At the current position. Ball. For each fused room in fused rooms. Are we not adding something to fused rooms? The fused room. Oh, wait. Already part of a fused room. Then yes. Add it to that fused room. That's fine. Okay. Checking if the current room is already part of a fused room. To begin with, no, it wouldn't be. But also that would be false. So we go down here. But we add this new fused room. Show fix. Use new. Oh, okay. With the position and the room. And then add that fused room to the list of fused rooms. Then this for each fused room in the fused rooms. If fused room occupied grid positions contained the position, wait. Oh no. I think I figured it out. Chat. I think I figured it out. I think I need to do like a contains for this whole thing here. Grid pos. Like a override for contains or something. Is contains something I need to override? No, because contains uses the equals method. Check if equal. Oh. I don't know. I think maybe tonight I'm just not going to figure this out. Which is rubbish. Alright, this is basically the end of the stream, but I'll just recap what we're doing, what we're making, what we've done. So this stream, we have made a floor layout that combines rooms together. So you can have rooms of different shapes and sizes. We already had our enemies that follow you, chase you with faces, explode. We made it so you face the right way in the lift when you come out the lift. To be fair, like the rooms are joining together as intended. It's just for some reason it won't combine sets of rooms together. And I think it's like it'll just be something really small and silly in the code that is just preventing it from doing that. But off the top of my head, for a few hours, I couldn't find out what that was. So this might be a good time to use ChatGPT, where you explain the problem, paste the code in, and just see if it says what the issue is. Because sometimes it does just tell you, and it's something you just didn't think of. But it is all working. We fixed the bug as well where sometimes like rooms would spawn next to the lift that you could never get to. So fixed a few issues, made some new issues, but there you go. Let me just try really quickly because I wanted to see what would happen if instead of only fusing one room, you tried to fuse every room that is adjacent to that room. So instead of doing this, well, we pick a random room, we do it for each room. I basically want to take all this code and that other code as well. It'll be difficult to do that. Oh well, let's not do that then. Maybe it is actually right, because this room, you try to fuse it to something, you might get... No, you would get 100%, so you are supposed to fuse this with something. The enemies can't go in the lift. So, yeah, when you choose this room, you try to fuse it with something, and at the moment, it doesn't work. Doesn't fuse it with anything. Even though it should. Why would... Wait. Let's have a look here. Yeah, the starting room is in a fused room of its own. You can make an edit. What do you mean? What would an edit be? So this room, when we choose this room, it should have 3 possible rooms it can connect to. But for some reason, it just makes itself into a new fuse. Hasn't happened. So we shouldn't get to this point. It is one of the first rooms, but the way we do things at the moment, check and place, is we place the start room, we place all the other rooms, and then we try to fuse. So all the rooms exist, and then we try to do the fusions. So if we just run through here, why would this fail? The other fused rooms don't exist though. Oh. If the other fused rooms don't exist, it should fuse with them. Alright, so let's see. We get here, fusion chance is 100%. So we are supposed to fuse with one of those 3 rooms next to it. We get those adjacent rooms. All 3 of them are valid and 1 of them is a lift. So then we've got those 3 rooms and 1 of them is a lift. So the lift one we take out. continue. Continue goes back here, right? Continue. If floor layout, if the game object is null, that shouldn't happen. Debug.log. This shouldn't happen, but the room is null while the grid pos exists. So that should never happen. And if the floor layout doesn't contain the position, debug.log, this adjacent position doesn't exist as it's outside of the floor layout. Otherwise it's a lift or it's a valid position. So that starting room should have 3 possible rooms. The lift is taken out from here, and neither of those two are the case. It should get here. We have our valid adjacent rooms. It should be 3 possible rooms, so it's more than 0. We pick one of the rooms at random to fuse to. We check if this room is already part of a fused room, and we put in our position. Our position is not part of a fused room because we're checking this room first. So this is false. So we check, is the room already part of a fused room, the other room? And no, it's not, because that room hasn't fused yet. So then we get down here. So if, oh, there should be another thing here. Else. So in this situation, the room we're fusing with is not part of a fusion already, and we're not part of a fusion already, which means we can just make a new fusion, but we should fuse both our room and the other room is fused together. So here we want to do fused room, new fused room equals new, and then we want to add in both our room and the other position, the room to fuse position, and we want to add in our room and also the how do we get it? We've got the grid position. How do we get the room? The floor layout and the room to fuse pos will get us the game object to add as well. And then we also need to add this fuse rooms dot add new fused room and fused now equals true. Create a new fused room with 2 rooms which weren't already fused. Cool. Alright, I think that solves the issue then, maybe. Because basically, we were fusing rooms together if they were already fused. We were adding the room to the other fusion if that was already fused. And if neither of those things were true, we made a new fused room, but we only added the first room into it. Now we've added... If there's a room to fuse with and neither of them are fused, make a new fusion. Play. Do you believe in Jesus Christ? It's a loaded question, isn't it? There was potentially a real person called Jesus Christ, but I don't believe in superhuman Jesus Christ that can walk on water and do magic spells. No. I also don't believe in Santa Claus. So, there you go. Alright. No errors. See, the issue here is there's no errors, but it's still not doing what I expected. This room has no reason not to connect to one of these other rooms. Why would that not work? All right, we need to do some. Let's do this. We can do it. We're going to add something to our debug log to say which room we're currently doing. So here we can do debug.log attempting to fuse room at position, and then we'll have the position plus, and room name is, and then we'll just add the room name as well, plus room dot name. Okay, now we should be able to find the starting room. Play. And we don't want it to do collapse all the errors, so we can turn that off. Oh, it's basically done that anyway. Alright, so starting room here. Checking if the room is already part of a fused room. Checking room is not part of any fused room. Created a new fused room with 2 rooms which weren't already fused. Oh, look, it has worked this time. Oh. Of course it works now, yeah. I can... So there is a reason why this would work the way it's working, but this should never happen. This room here makes no sense, right? Because you get to this room, you check all of the rooms around it, and actually all of them are valid rooms. So it should be able to connect to any of these 4 directions. So this room, can I find the name of it? Zoot. What is this room? Find room. There we go. Is here. Oh, they don't have numbers next to them. Oh. How do I know which game object triggered which? Do I need to do what you suggested where I put comma? Oh yeah, let's rename it when I create it. That'll fix it. Where do I create the rooms? Generate floor. Place room. And I'll put I in to there as well. Place random connected room I. Int room number. And then when I create the room, I will do room to place dot name equals room and then plus room number. There we go. Does that also change starting room? Oh no, that'll just be called starting room anyway. That's fine. Okay, cool. Now we can locate the room that hasn't worked and see what the hell happens with that room. Because surely one of these rooms won't work again this time. So this room has worked. But then this room should be connected to something but isn't. So this room is room 6. Room 6 should be part of a fused room with one of these other rooms. So if we look in our rooms here for room 6, room 6. Ooh, this is interesting. Room 6 is not in any fused room. It's not in a fused room. And is there a list of all? Where's our room layout? Room layout. Am I on debug? I'm on debug. Where's room layout gone then? Room layout is a dictionary. Okay, it's just not getting listed. Why is that not fused then? Let's see. Can we find room 6 on here? Starting room. Room 0, 1, 2, 3. Room 6. Attempting to fuse. And then it just... nothing happens. It just goes straight on to attempting the next one. So... wait. Range is inclusive. So if fusion chance is less than or equal to room fusion chance, I have got it set to 100, right? Yeah, 100. And it's inclusive though. So let's see. So we know we're attempting to fuse. We never get here. Or here. But that's fine because we shouldn't. Basically, is this happening? Valid adjacent room position count is 0 or less. let's do that. So else, no valid adjacent rooms to fuse with, which shouldn't be possible, but could be possible if something's gone wrong. But then I log the reasons why rooms aren't, why it's not possible. Oh! Let me just see something here real quick. No. For a second I thought, if the room is next to the lift, am I saying don't do anything here? But I'm continuing on to the next one of these. I'm not continuing up here. Okay, so, and if that's the case, else, yeah, let's try again now. We should see, is that the reason it thinks there's no rooms? Okay, so these three do have rooms next to them, but aren't counted. This is room 16. So room 16, that other error message that we just typed didn't come up. So that's weird. Where is it getting lost in the code then? So it gets here. It does the random chance. We're not going to fuse on nothing has happened. Excuse me. I don't think it can be the chance. Let's just log that though. Else, fusion chance failed, not fusing this room. Save. Is that what's happening? How's the fusing going? It's like we're very close to being working, but there's like one issue and it's driving me mad in real time on stream. Alright, I think we're getting close to figuring it out though. Alright, let's find a room here that's broken, this one. Room 5. Let's find room 5. No. There's not the chance. So wait, what is going on? So this is true. Let's just log this though. Debug.log. Chance successful attempting to fuse. Okay, and then we log all those, and we'll just log this as well. Debug.log. Adjacent room is lift. Can't fuse with that. Let's log that, and then we'll log here. Debug.log. Found this many adjacent rooms. Okay, and then here we log no adjacent rooms. So there are adjacent rooms, but it never gets to this. So already at some point here, it has broken. So let's see. What? But there's no errors. Cool. Let's see. This room has not worked. What is this room's issue? This is room number 2. Scroll up. Starting room 2. Merging 2 fused rooms together, count is currently 2. After removal, count is now 1. Oh. Merging 2 fused rooms together. I feel like that's a different bug to usual, because I don't think that usually came up. Let's just try like this room instead. This is room 16. Yeah, 16, just nothing happens. It just jumps down. Oh, wait. We were on collapse. Okay. Now we should be able to figure it out. Room 16, where's that? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, chance successful. Attempting to fuse room. Adjacent position doesn't exist. That'll be that one. Doesn't exist. Where have we gone? Doesn't exist. Found 2 valid rooms, these 2. Checking if it is already part of a fused room. It's not. Our room isn't. That one isn't. Adding the current room to the existing fused room. Then attempting to fuse room 17. So, rooms fused room. So we're trying to fuse with an already existing room that is already in a fusion, and we add our position and our room to that fused room. Oh, hang on a second. I think I know why that's broken. Check if this room. Oh no. I was going to say it's because we make a new fused room, but we don't. We basically say out equals fused room if it's true. Nice wig. It is not a wig. It's my real hair. I like that, so it's a good comment to just post on random streamers' videos. So let's see. We try to add ourselves to the other room's fused room. Is that all we would have to do? Is add our position and add our room? Because that feels like it should work. That feels like it should work. Wait, does this get called? Adding current room to existing room. Yes. Okay. So room 16 here should be part of a fused room because it gets all the way down to adding current room to existing fused room. So it literally adds the position and the room to the fused room. If I go look at the fused rooms on a game manager, fused rooms, game manager, where's my game manager? 16. 16 is not in a fused room though. Possibly to do with that when I remove a fused room. Maybe. Merging two fused rooms together. Could it be to do with that? Do I then do that merging two together? I do that. So maybe that part is not working correctly. So if our room is part of a fused room, then check if the fused room contains the room that we are going to fuse to, because if so, they're both part of the same fused room. If not, then get the room whoa. No, yeah. But do I never add anything to the other room. Oh. The other fused room, I add the rooms from our fused room into the other fused room, but does that include our own room? It should do. To other fused room. Yeah, the current fused room will already have a reference to our room. So we add each game object from our room into the other one, and each grid positions. Oh, but then I'm never actually adding them. I'm not adding these rooms. For each, yeah. Add the room. Room to fuse room. Yeah. Then each grid position needs to be added to the other room. And then I can remove the first room. I mean, I could just add them straight in, right? Why not just add them straight into the other fuse room? Yeah, I could just add them directly into the room. For each room object in the current one, add it to the other one. And same for grid positions. I think we've figured it out, chat. I think we finally figured it out. And then remove the original room. And we don't need these anymore. Fused. Now, have we figured it out? Yeah, what was I thinking before? I still think this code is way more complicated than it really needs to be. I don't know. Maybe dungeon generation is harder than I thought it was. Oh. No, yeah, look, no broken rooms. And I think I can explain the other bit. I think I know what's going wrong. But it's not going wrong. I think I know why it is the way it is. I can attempt to explain it after I just test a few times. But that worked. That worked. That worked. Okay, that's worked 3 times in a row. Can it work like 10 times in a row? That worked. That worked. That worked. All right, I think we've fixed it. I think we've got it. Yeah. We've cracked it. Cool. It's working. Woo! We'll do one more. Okay, so to explain why it's not making every room connected. Well, so we've basically said 100% of the time, any given room should be connected to a room next to it. And that's true, and that is working. But that doesn't necessarily mean that every given room should be connected to all of the rooms next to it. So this room is connected to this room, but it doesn't have to also be connected to this room. And this room is connected to this room, this one to this one, this one to this one. So every room is connected, but not every room is connected to every room next to it. That's the way it's currently coded. If we wanted every room to be connected to every room, it's just one change to the code. I'm going to try it just because that was what we were trying to do. Basically, when we go here, we only connect one room at random, which is fine. But what we should do... Oh, see, that's the issue there. What we should do is connect every room rather than the one room. So I need to kind of extract this, basically. I need to extract that to another method where I can call it for however many times I need to call it. Can I just ask it to do that? Quick actions. Quick actions. It won't let me do any. I want it to like extract this as a method, basically. Why can't I just quick and extract? Save it. I just want to take this bit out. Check if this was already. And then I need to know if we fused or not. So I need to take all that. Do I cut it or not? Let's cut it, copy it for now. And I paste it in a new thing. Private bool. What should I call this? Extracted method 1. And I just paste that in and then see what errors we have. Okay, so we need to have a bool fused equals false, and then now return fused. And when I do that continue, I'll basically change that to return true. Nah. I can get rid of that. Fused equals true. Return. Okay. Then I need to know both the grid pos and the grid pos room to fuse pos, and then I also need to know, I need the room. The room is a game object called room. Then that's all correct. Cool. So I could maybe change that from extracted method to fuse rooms. Use rooms? Fuse rooms. I'll name it attempt to fuse rooms. And then I can go back up to where I got that code from. Here. Delete all that. Yoink. And I can say fused equals attempt to fuse rooms, pos, room to fuse, pos, and room. Where do we get the room from? Oh, up here. Cool. And then I can say, so at the moment we only fuse one of the adjacent rooms at random, but instead of that, if we just do for each grid pos, room to fuse pos in adjacent valid adjacent room pos, then do this. Fuse equals attempt to fuse rooms. I mean, actually, we want to do if fused equals false, then fused equals attempt to fuse rooms. Pause room to fuse pause room. Otherwise, else don't do the fused thing, we just attempt it anyway. Cool, save. So now if I press play, in theory every room in the level should fuse into one massive open floor office. Play. In theory. It's taken an hour longer than expected. It's worked. We did it. Chat. Look. Every room is just one massive open floor office. Woo! Let's just try it a few times in case it was just a coincidence. Start game. Oh, look at that. That's cool. The lift is sort of like in the middle of the floor. That's worked again. All the rooms are just joined into one massive room. Play again. Yeah, it's worked. Woo! Alright, now let's try changing that 100% to 50%. What will happen? We don't know. In theory, 50% of the time, each room should be connected to every room next to it. So, interesting. It means that the rooms closer to the start are more likely to all fuse together, and the rooms at the edges are less likely to fuse. So they're like single meeting rooms. Because basically any room in the middle has 4 chances of fusing. And any room at the edge has maybe 2 chances, maybe 1 chance. Start game. Yeah, so this is interesting. You get some extra rooms in there like that. So these ones, this one only had 1 chance at fusing. This one had 3 chances. This one had 2 chances. But like these ones had basically 4 chances of fusing. This one it's fused because like this one must have fused to it, or this one fused or something. Maybe this one fused to these two. Restart. Play again. Start again. I'm getting a weird stuttering on my character's movement now. Sometimes it's smooth, sometimes it's stuttery. I don't know what's causing that. Could be editor issues, true. But that all seems to be working. I'll have to have a think about how to not have it spread out like that, because I think it'd be more interesting if it was a bit more random than that. Nice. It's already looking way more interesting than it did before, though, when it was just like every room was a square, the same colour. Now at least we have like random colours and random room shapes and sizes. This one's cool because like you don't just have a whole bunch of little square rooms, you have like a bunch of different shape size rooms. I could also have something where it's like, if the room is over a certain size, do not fuse with it. So we can avoid having like such big rooms. Restart again. Or when we create a fused room, we set a limit on it to how many rooms that room can contain. So like we start a fused room and we set its limit to 5, and then that fused room will only ever fuse up to 5, and if it gets to that point it won't join with any other rooms. That could be an interesting way of limiting it. Alright, well, we went over the time limit by an hour today. So actually now we've done 4 more hours and we have 21 hours. We've done 25 hours of development on this game. That feels like a lot. I guess that's like 3 or 4 working days, but like solid work. That doesn't feel too bad when you put it like that, I suppose. And I am chatting with like chat as well, and yeah, that don't feel too bad thinking about it. I wish I had more gameplay stuff in there. Like, I feel like we've got a bunch of like the level stuff's cool now. We need to do more enemy things. Get some more different types of enemies. Get enemies shooting. Also, the way we spawn enemies at the moment, let me just pause it, is these spheres. And these spheres don't move. What we should actually be doing is now we can pick any of these fused rooms and we spawn enemies into the fused rooms is probably the better way to do it now. But now we've got those fused rooms, so we can start to do stuff like that next time. Because before we didn't really have a concept of rooms, we just had the squares we were placing. And I think we should change the naming of stuff so that this isn't a room, this is a room portion or something. Room segment. And then a room is actually the full shape of all of the room segments make up the room. Just so we're labeling, because otherwise we're calling two different things rooms. We're calling each square a room, and then we're calling this whole thing a room, a fused room. But I think it's better to have like one of them is a room and one of them is a section, a chunk, room chunk sort of thing. But yeah, alright. Thanks everyone. Thanks Kitco for helping with that. Pretty cool we managed to get it working in the one stream. It was a bit dicey, but we got there.